excuse me, ethanol boils at about 173, 175, not exactly, but in there somewhere.
I hear you say that you won't kill yeast at 160.
Would. I think the yeast doesn't like that. Usually with wine, you add, at the last stage, you add some potassium meta by sulfate, K-meta, which is a preservative. Add some potassium sorbate, which with probability 1 will kill all the yeast. But if you're going to kill the yeast by other means, you don't need to do that. For one thing, if you put it in a freezer, it's going to sleep no matter what you do.
Suspended animation, huh?
Oh yeah, it'll go to sleep. It won't necessarily kill it, but it'll put it to sleep. It's basically a fungi.
But I'm not that fun of a guy.
Oh boy.
I got a fun guy in my ear.
Well, how much fun is it?
Not fun at all. Getting better then.
That's a good thing.
I'm about ready to dig it out of my head.
Probably have some candida in there.
Oh, juicy coming out. It's like black and dark brown.
Glad you shared that with us.
Yeah, well, it's leaking right out of my ear. It's not great, so I'm doing okay.
How do you know? You don't have a black brain.
Are you a racist or something?
Ooh. You should not say colored or black.
Oh, that's true. Great. They work because it's in between the two.
Just having honky discharge.
At least it's getting better. It's a penis. You can bear it, using a keyboard and my hands that way and my head it was weird. It would make it hurt like hell. If I sat back in my chair a certain way, it was okay. So, got me out of work.
Well, it may have gotten you out of work, but the question is, do you get paid?
Of course.
If you work for somebody else that's dumb enough to pay you when you don't work, right?
I work.
One does that all the time, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Work it just good.
Can't forget that Navy retired SEAL that I did some work for a number of years ago. He said, Fred, I've spent most of my life working in third world countries, and they've got a unique way to take care of welfare. What's that? He said, well, you either work or you die.
There you go.
And he who shall not work, neither shall he eat.
That's a good motivator to me. Kilo Japan 7 sugar, bottom of the hour.
Whiskey 6 sugar, Charlie.
November
November 7, Foxtrot Alpha Delta.
Except until it comes to retirement. Thank you very much.
In the 60
What you earned when you worked.
40.
Yeah, but they take that away from you too, so we'll let you know.
Morning, all N6 TCO.
Morning, Guido.
Morning, Guido. Morning, Guido.
Morning, Guido.
Good morning, boys.
U0 DMA, 95 days to retirement.
Woohoo!
But who's counting?
Longest 95 days of your entire career.
Mark on the calendar.
Oh, he's marking the minutes. What do you mean?
Oh, the anticipation.
Coffee.
Yeah, I'll probably up and die in 94 days.
Let's not even go there.
Maybe 96.
No, 95.
A friend of mine has worked with me, this was just not too long ago. The day before his official, he was on, vacation, they were burning vacation and things like that. The day before he was an official retirement day, he went in to have some minor surgery done and died on the table. Well, I guess it turned out to be not so minor, eh?
Oh, a friend of mine that retired after about 40 years at the power company, and he lasted less than 3 months.
So this is the same thing. He'd been there 47 years.
I knew several guys that made it to their last 30 days and didn't make it.
Yep.
Yeah, well, at least he sort of went the way he wanted to. He was out on the golf course.
Kind of sad, though.
That sure is. Bust your ass for somebody all your life and then bye-bye.
Well, it can't be that bad because nobody's come back.
Good point.
Yeah, well, that could be that could be an acceptable alternative, yeah? Good point, Guido.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago when I was visiting with my electrophysiologist and discussing my heart, and he says, Fred, don't ever retire. He says, so many people, they retire and they don't last long. I said, well, I'm retiring in 3 months.
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're busy when you retire, if you just sit around, and watch bowling for dollars, it's not.
Yeah, if you sit around and watch a pan adapter 100% of the time, you're liable to waste away fairly quick. But at least in my particular case, I get out and do some walking and that sort of thing, so it helps keep me going.
Yeah, I do too. I'm busy. I'm busy every day, actually. I don't go walking every day, but I'm busy every day. The house is on 5 different levels, so I'm up and down.
Then it used to, so busier longer.
Probably 20 times a day.
That again, Fred?
I said now that it takes me longer to do most everything compared to what it used to. So now I'm busier than I used to be with less to do.
Well, that's true. You burn up a lot more energy trying to do what you used to do for very little energy at all.
That's right.
Like the bumper sticker says, exercise daily and die anyway. Just tired. Similar to what we used to say. You can run, but you're just going to die tired.
Well, you need some exercise every day. You have these guys that get carried away. One of the guys in the ham club here ran marathons and ended up, after a couple of years, he ran a lot, but he run marathons once a year. He ended up getting a heart attack.
He run himself into the ground.
One of the wisest things my father ever shared with me was, all things in moderation, son, all things in moderation.
Yeah, well, remember, you start dying from the moment you're conceived.
Not quite. You really do start downhill, if I recall, for males about when you get past 18.
Yeah, but as soon as you're born, you're starting a dying sequence.
Right around the same time you start thinking that maybe my parents were so daggum stupid after all.
Yeah, one time my son, when he was about 15, somebody saw him that hadn't seen him for a while. I said, holy cow, kid's growing like a weed. I said, yeah, it's amazing what you can do in only 1 year with $5,000 worth of groceries.
An open checkbook.
Yeah, really.
Now it costs you $100,000 worth of groceries in a year. Well, it's not that bad yet.
So the teenage kids come to visit our house, clean out the refrigerator every time.
Oh, yeah. One time we were going to go somewhere, my wife and I and my daughter and my son. We get down to Denny's to save time for breakfast. He ordered 2 Grand Slam breakfasts. I mean, those things come on an oval plate. They're huge. They have bacon, and they have 3 eggs, and they have sausage and flapjacks. I mean, And the waitress looked and said, "Is that okay?" I said, "Yeah." So she brought him, and he ate everything on them.
Holy mackerel, that'll last me better than a week.
Oh, I couldn't get through that.
Oh, remember back when you used to eat constantly? Big breakfast, big lunch, big dinner, and you were still hungry.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, they're growing like crazy at that age.
I'm putting on weight just thinking about it.
We wonder why my mother and father didn't moved in. They moved into a little better condo, and you know, when I left the house, they all of a sudden had all this extra change. I wonder why.
You gotta live here with 4 boys. It's costing us $2,500 a month.
Boy, I understand that totally. We spend so much money on food. Ridiculous.
Yeah, the kids.
So we're cutting back what we buy. We're only buying chicken and pork now.
Albertsons this week has a sale on roast beef at the bottom round, $2.77 a pound.
I started working when I was 12 years old, and my old man started taking 20% of my check.
That you're ready for the government.
Yeah, well, we do get money, so from the state, their dad doesn't pay for anything. The 19-year-old, yeah, he's got to do something.
You say as if they're only 19, it's a miracle. They're 30 and 40 years old and still staying with their parents.
I don't mind him staying here as long as he's eating, you know?
It must be nice to have a choice when you're young. Some of us didn't have a choice. You're making money, I get a cut.
Oh, yeah, with my dad, it was the same thing, but see, I did a bunch of work for him. I built a damn house for him, so. I had a bank account. I got a free room out of the deal. And anything else I paid for. Food, I paid for my own food, too. I had to pay $150 a month. That was...
Oh, you wouldn't have to do that anymore. You just collect food stamps.
That was 47 years ago, though. It was way back in the 80s, Mark. You know, get the money back down, $150 is a lot of food.
Yeah, I know a couple of kids, they won't get married because she has their kid, and since she's staying single, she gets $600 a month in food stamps. Isn't that something?
And we get $800 from the state, the boys. But the stamp thing says for the legal guardian, they look at us as the providers. So we don't get any food stamps. I wouldn't have done it anyway, but...
Well, I have no problem with that, but if you're not working, gee, our roads need to be paved.
He has to pay.
I doubled with you.
It's all right. Everybody else does. It's all right.
I don't have a doubling license.
Charlie.
7 FAD. Well, if it's just you, that's not a big deal.
It's the same as before.
N6 TCO and no doubling license.
Before.
Your calls are SAD now?
Yeah, okay. I believe it's going to be 80 today. That'll be nice.
It's supposed to get up to 85 here this week.
That's what he's showing too.
I have to turn the air conditioning on.
Oh, hell. Oh.
Usually what I do is just close the blinds on the sunny side of the house, the south side. After about noon, we don't get sun on any window until very, very late in the afternoon, briefly.
The boys are going to be, that side of the house is going to be living without air conditioning this year because unless they're paying for the bill, they ain't getting no air conditioning. They're going to live like we all did when I was a kid.
When I was a kid, we didn't have air conditioning. We did have an attic fan.
Lived in the desert. Yeah, the EVAP cooler, the big giant ones out in the backyard. Cooling towers. Remember those desert cooling towers they had?
No, not in Kentucky. It's the humidity, low humidity back there is 50%.
Out here in Imperial Valley and all over Arizona, they had cooling towers. With water in them, you know, they're about 20 feet tall, and the water just cascaded down from the top. It worked really good. They actually cooled the house really well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had, when I was in Canoga Park, we only had a swamp cooler. We didn't have refrigerated air. Most of the year, it worked just fine.
And those big cooling towers were like the swamp cooler on steroids.
Yeah, they don't use any electricity. Just use the gravity of the cooling air.
Oh, they had a little pump.
Yeah, pump the water.
So it was just a little pump to pump it up. It wasn't very big. Very, very smart idea.
A lot of the roadside rest areas here in Arizona had cooling towers set up.
You know, at some point they should bring all that back.
Well, a lot of areas in Arizona are a lot more humid than they used to be because of agriculture.
Yeah.
On the part of the country I come from, like Barry, you know, evaporative cooler, the only evaporative cooler you had was your sweat.
Yeah, me too. Well, the doctor told my mom to buy an air conditioner and gave her a script for it, you know. They could write it off on their taxes because it cleaned the air. My asthma and my allergies.
Might have gotten it for the allergy. They don't do that today. They won't approve it.
I know. Parents didn't even have an air conditioner for a while until I had one.
I like what the teacher said. He says, when in doubt, put it down. It's only important if they audit you.
I'm going to write a bunch of stuff out this year on the business because I'm starting it, and so.
I've been audited 3 times.
Well, they like doctors.
I got money back each time. Never been audited since.
My dad was a physician, and when he started his practice in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, radiology, he had room air conditioners put throughout the radiology department because he didn't like sweating all summer. But eventually the hospital decided to put in central air, so the air conditioners belonged to him because he put them in there. So he had them removed and put them in the house, and so we ran like 8 room air conditioners through the house. Fortunately, we were in TVA and had the lowest electrical rates in the country.
Yeah, subsidized by everybody else.
Well, private industry just did not put electricity in the Tennessee Valley. Eventually, the government did.
I understand. Like Salt River Project, eh?
Yeah, I mean, when and private industry just doesn't make sense for them to do it. Sometimes the government has to step in.
I was growing up in New York. There were probably 3 houses in the neighborhood that had air conditioning. They're the ones that had the 2 or 3 Cadillacs and Lincoln Continentals. Definitely for the wealthy.
So when I lived in New York back in the 60s, in the town of Woodstock, I put air conditioning in my house, and everybody thought I was crazy.
Would have loved it. Numbers are nice, but they're hot and humid. When I was in New York, it's horrible.
I was really troubled with allergies, and I put in an electronic air cleaner. And when I came home from work, I was in my own little test tube. You know what I mean? I got relief. Yep, it worked. I had one of those air purifiers with vapor in it. Dust out in my room. Yeah, but now they don't want you to have electronic air cleaners because the ozone is not good for you, but it smells so good.
I used to get ozone. I had a Wilmshurst static generator. It was like 2 records counter-rotating. That thing would make a 2-inch spark. I mean, it was amazing. You could smell the ozone.
Yeah, it used to be I got a good size, copy machine to get a little bit of ozone too.
I remember building a couple of ozone generators. For getting rid of smoke.
I got one of those air purifiers in there that's got an ozone generator right here in my office. I run it every night. It really works because I also have a little device that samples the air and tells me the quality of the air. And be really bad, and then I turn that thing on, and about 5 minutes later, it's starting on the way down. Works. And sometimes it probably says, you can't be breathing this stuff, are you? Why?
That's the framework.
Well, the thing that samples the air says it's not bad for you. I think they're full of booze. Yeah.
Well, my under sink water purifier, whatever you want to call it, water filter quit a couple days ago and proceeded to put some water on the floor and in the surrounding wood and all that happy stuff. So we had to get another one on order yesterday. I got to steal water out of the refrigerator filter to make my coffee. That's not any fun at all. Kilo Japan 7 sugar to 50.
Well, the refrigerator filter actually does a pretty good job.
Yeah, it does good unless you have to bring it out about a gallon a day. No, it still does all right. It's just a waste of cold water.
Yep. I'm surprised you could tolerate ozone with the respiratory irritant cause asthma.
What is it?
Ozone.
Oh, yeah.
I think the amount that most of those generators produces is not very much, but it still can cause coughing and bronchospasm.
Well, it's a horrific oxidizer.
That's why when I turn it on, that's when I'm leaving my office and going down the hill. So it runs for 2 hours, and then when I come back in the morning, it's all clean and nice.
That'll work. It's fairly.
Oh yeah, you could see it on the On the device that samples the air, I can when it turns around. It does a good yell in my hot tub.
Well, yeah, but
oh yeah.
there.
Fingeroony right there.
Seems out them sexual juices that are flowing in there, buddy.
Hey.
Ew.
You were all doing fine until you said that, you know. Yeah, them juices flowing around in there.
Nothing like soaking in a bidet, huh? Man, that's a pretty clean carrier. Exactly my point.
I can see it.
Real strong, too. Hopefully it doesn't burn it up before he finds his sweet spot.
New definition of tweaker.
Yeah. He's almost 20 over here.
Let's say here, probably in your territory.
No problem.
Yeah, until he starts throwing audio at it. Well, okay, that works. I'm surprised it took him that long.
Oh, now he's...
Yeah, I mean, how long does it take you guys to tune up? It's about 5 seconds.
Yeah, I do if I want to tune up is punch the tune button. I don't even do that if I go back to a frequency I've been on before, it remembers the tuning.
All you have to do is let it know, and then it automatically goes.
Same here.
California radio station.
More than you.
Pants radio.
Changes its residence spot every day.
Which is in California.
That was a good double.
Oops. Basically, you hear both of them at once, right?
Yeah. But I can't follow both conversations at once. A woman.
You know, complain when he has a $10,000 amplifier.
Yeah, do legal limit times too.
Automatic tuner built in, which is really nice.
Nice.
Well, we still come up with something that works. That's the important part.
And the PW2 is going for $10,000. I wonder how many people will pay that.
Somebody that's looking for bragging rights. Ridiculous. Look what I got.
One of the most expensive ones I've ever seen is a Prometheus. The top of the line adds up to around 14 grand.
Which amp is that?
Called a Prometheus.
Makes it.
Prometheus.
Oh, really? Okay, I never heard of it.
That me today. That sounds dangerous.
Look it up.
I hope it does things for you. As well as makes your radio work really good.
Trying to think who, if there is another one that makes them, but I can't think of it here. It's a Prometheus for like the Distronics but I think it's a different kind of amplifier.
They make a killer audio amp. I know that it's the same company.
I think it is. I would buy the Power Genius.
That Power Genius is a hell of an amplifier.
I think so. Oh, it still hurts.
It is Dishtronix.com. Dishtronix.com lists the solid state legal limit 160 through 10 HF amplifier. It says legal limit plus.
I found it.
Strike.
Wow.
4,800 watt power supply.
A big black box.
But on the police built-in antenna tuner.
I don't think so.
When I put this ProComm PW1 in, I got rid of a whole bunch of stuff off my
down for 8 hours.
What power? So I don't have, it has vacuum relief, which I wish I had. It pretty much matches the specs of the Power Genius.
Look at the price on the DX2400L1 RF deck and both the LPS 4800 and the SPS 4800 supplies.
It weighs a ton probably.
Oh yeah, one of them.
Yeah, switching supply plus the RF deck is 100 pounds. The linear supply is 120 pounds itself. You're looking at 200 pounds for this with a linear power supply. Getting into Henry territory.
You say it's a lightweight.
Lightweight as solid state goes, it's holy cow.
A lot. It weighs about half or 2/3 of what the Henry I have weighs.
It costs probably 10 times as much.
Well, I mean, you got to think real dollars, you know.
Transformer, 71 pounds. Total weight, 205 pounds.
If you're doing SSB, this is way overkill.
I guess it's not what you would call portable.
Oh, you're not just going to throw that in a mobile.
It's
quite a transformer, too.
Probably have to have at least a 15 or 20 kW generator to keep that guy going at 240 volts.
They ought to just come straight in off the 240, rectify it, stop it at about a megahertz or more, and then have a transformer for a megahertz instead of for 60 hertz.
Yeah, there you go. Kilo span 7 sugar, top of the hour.
66 sugar, Charlie.
November 7th, Foxtrot Alpha Delta.
Not a bad idea. An example from the aircraft industry that did that at 400 hertz for the same reason.
Yeah, actually on the F-106 we put in 1600, thinking it would be even lighter, which it was. The transformers were minute, really. The problem was it got into everything. We ended up having to put shielded wiring in for the power wires. We put all the weight back we'd saved.
I'll bet that was a huge headache to figure out.
Oh, it was.
Oh, with everything, it's $14,300. You added it up, eh?
Designed this huge solid-state clutter cutter. The F-106 radar was incoherent. It wasn't a multi-chain radar. It was a magnetron. They came up the roof house and worked for about a month. They couldn't get it to work. So they sent me up there. Every time everybody got stuck, somehow or other, I got asked to go. So up I go. look at what they've got up there. And I said, and they had, drawings, a pile of drawings that's 4 inches thick. I'm not about to go through all of that, so I said, all right, put a scope here on the input to you and let's see what you got. So let's see what the signal is that you're getting. I blew it way the hell and gone up and set the frequency sweep, and sure enough, it's got 1,600 cycles on it. Is that going to bother you? I said, oh yeah. So I started going through the units in the F-106. A lot of them were vacuum tube. They were about the size of a shoebox. So I started getting the guys up in the roof house to shut the system down, pull a box out, invert it on this test fixture, and go through it with the scope. And eventually I get to a point where within a box, the 1,600 cycles is there on the output and not on the input. I go troubleshoot through there, and there's a place in there where I said, all right, hand me about a 6-inch piece of shielded wire here, which was 1,600 cycles going from one stage to the next. I got rid of it. All right, so we bolt everything back up. They turn their box on, and all at once they see moving targets going up and down the 405 freeway.
You mean you actually made it function?
Actually, I did.
That's exactly what I do, Barry. I fix everything that nobody else figures out how to fix.
Yeah, well, I call myself the Velcro engineer because they threw every hard problem at me and it stuck.
Yeah, well,
we would put a digital range measurement system into the F-106 once we made the digital computer more reliable. So that was okay. They had mounted a reflector up on Castro Peak about 13 miles away and was very carefully surveyed, so they knew exactly the range from the roof house to this 13-mile peak, and they couldn't get the right answer to save their lives. Eventually, after a few weeks, they send me up there. I said, all right. I said, what are you guys using for I said, first of all, has anybody gone out and inspected the reflector to make sure you don't have bird's nests in it and whatnot? Yeah, we've done that. What are you using for the speed of light? They gave me the numbers, sounded right. I said, all right, well, I went downstairs, got my handbook of chemistry and physics, got back up there, and I don't have a number for the speed of light. I have a whole page full of numbers. It depends on altitude. Oh, really? I said, what's the altitude of Castro Peak? What's the altitude here? I had it divided by 2, looked in my table, interpolated. I said, use that number. You put that in spot on. You guys are going to have to put a lookup table in there, put the altitude of the target and the altitude of the interceptor in there, and interpolate. Knew that the speed of light was enough different in air that it would make a difference.
So in space, it's a whole lot different than it is in an atmosphere.
Well, it is, but not much different. It's just different enough that it's an important difference.
Apparently in something as critical as that, right?
Yeah, well, where it's really critical was on the MB-1, which was the inertially guided nuclear air-to-air rocket. That thing it wasn't locked onto anything. It was the interceptor told it to go to this point in space and go nuke. A 1.2 kiloton warhead.
Something like that, you don't get any redo.
No.
Well, the interceptor carried 4 rockets, 2 infrared and 2 semi-active radar, plus this MB-1, and MB-1 was a primary weapon. You launched that because if the bombers that were coming in were anywhere close to each other, you were going to get a whole gaggle of them.
Yeah, we'll see which one Putin uses.
To find that out, thank you.
Well, the surface-to-air missiles we had, Nike Hercules, had a nuclear warhead in it.
Well, I think I'm going to try to gear up, maybe go for a stroll. You guys have a good day. Catch you later. 7-3, Kilo Japan 7 sugar.
A little exercise for me, Jim.
I'll zigzag a block just for you, Fred.
7-3, Jim.
All right. 7-3. Oh, no, everybody's all clocked out.
Yeah, well, today is the cleaning lady day, so at some point I got to go jump in the shower. I don't scare her to death or smell her to death. Is that good looking, Barry?
Harry didn't reply to that one.
What did he say?
He said, is she that good looking?
What? She's not bad looking. I mean...
Does she brighten your day?
Well, she brightens the house.
And that in turn brightens your day, right?
Yes. That's a good job. I mean...
Well, if you didn't, you wouldn't have her coming back. You are pretty particular. I've noticed that.
Well, I'm not OCD about it, but I like to keep a reasonably neat house. I mean, she comes every 2 weeks, so in the alternate week, I'll sweep Swiffer the kitchen. That gets, you know, I cook in the kitchen, so it gets the usual flotsam and jetsam from cooking.
Well, that's good. You know, it's a little upsetting when you start sticking to the floor.
Yeah, well, I'll drag out the Swiffer in between if I do that. That Swiffer is one of the great inventions of the 20th century. Ranks up with the internet.
Oh, nothing ranks up there with the internet.
That Swiffer does.
Marsha likes her little short battery-powered vacuum. Works like a charm. All stuff.
Yeah, I have a battery-powered sweeper, but it doesn't work well on tile because it doesn't pick stuff up out of the grooves very well.
Well, you need one with a little brush on it and a good light.
Well, this has brush on it, but it doesn't have vacuum.
Oh, it doesn't.
No, it's a broom. It's not a vacuum.
Oh, you got to get the vacuum, Gary.
Oh, I'm gonna maybe put that one down in the trailer, which doesn't have a tile floor on it.
He ended up getting another one, so we got one at each house now. What'd you buy there, Fred? What's that? Did you buy? I didn't buy. Marsha went out and bought it. Little shock deal here. It's you know, little battery operated vacuum. It's kind of neat. Oh yeah, one of the sharks with the handle on it, so you just go over and kind of brush and all that. Oh yeah, battery operated. You just drop it on the charger and it gets ready to go for the next time.
The N0 LID is on here. CW.
Yeah.
is an ongoing QSO.
We had one of them start things for a year and it broke.
You probably worked it too hard.
I hope you don't have the same problem.
No, I don't think so. She's had this one for quite some time.
Yeah, we probably worked too hard because of all the mess it's in the house. Dogs, toys, art.
Well, anyway, gents, I think I'm going to step out of here for this morning. It's been fun, but it's time to do something else. This is November 7, Foxtrot Alpha Delta, clear. Hey, Fred.
Hi, Freddy.
In for Rubber Ducky.
A wonderful day.
You too, my friend. M7 FAD, out of here. Well, anyway, it'll be interestingly enough, yesterday or today, I think it was yesterday, some representatives from Ukraine and Russia had a conference, border with Belarus.
Going on right now.
Going in, we're not surrendering, we're not giving up an inch of territory, but we'll talk.
Yeah, they're having the talks right now.
The Russians could have gotten everything they really wanted if they negotiated. They could have gotten left Crimea as part of Ukraine and gotten a 99-year lease on it. That region where they have some manufacturing things right on the eastern border into I forget what they call it, a zone where manufacturing, where it's essentially still part of Ukraine, but Russians can come and go at will to work there, and so can the Ukrainians. I mean, they could have solved this problem without all this trauma.
So what talks are going on?
There's talks with
Ukraine-Russian guy.
Representatives. Border, but right at the border with Belarus. Belarus has grounded all flights within Belarus.
And Belarus is helping them.
Yeah, they're facilitating, was probably the word, of the talks.
Well, Belarus and the president of Belarus and Putin are best buddies, and he just made him president again for 2035.
I know.
They own that place.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, it's a client state.
All their tanks and crap are going out into Ukraine and that corner of Belarus, that northeast corner.
Putin just wants the world to think he's trying for peace before he bombs the living shit out of them all.
That may very well be true.
Gas them, to bomb them and gas them.
Yeah, Putin, I'm not sure Putin is tightly wrapped anymore.
He's not.
He's always been a thug. Killer, but I mean, he was
in say wacko now.
KGB.
Well, and whatever it was, FRU, which was the police version of it.
SSD.
Yes. Yeah, KGB was the Committee for State Security.
Did you ever wonder why Putin hasn't bombed the railroads and the roads leading out of the Ukraine?
What's it?
He wants the civilians to be able to get out, I think, before he starts his real hitting on that country.
And they need the railroads to get in.
Not from Poland.
All that stuff, and he knows it, and they don't have a lot of money.
Yeah, but he doesn't need the road. He doesn't need the roads or the railroads leading into Poland.
It's going to be a mud blowy.
He occupies Poland.
That's what they're going to do. That's what they got to slow them down. When they slow them down, that's about all they can do.
They've been doing a pretty good job of that.
Actually, they got barriers up. They're shooting them here and shooting them there.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
They're running and hiding after they shoot. When everybody's the enemy, that's a bad place to be trying to fuck to a war.
Oh yeah, I mean it's called shoot and scoot.
Yep, and if you have stingers, a lot of damage with not too many people.
If you have javelin, you can do the same.
Exactly. You shoot it and run.
And you know how you fight a gorilla, don't you?
Gorillas.
No, with heavy bombers and just level them.
The only way, well, they've got these things, these thermal ones that go in there and they take all the air out of all the oxygen out of the air and it smothers people. Exactly. And then they gas them, that kills them. And they keep the infrastructure that way.
Yeah, they're troops. Ominous sign.
I was going to try all that first before he bombs them back to the age.
One of the useful benefits of this is that I'm amazed at the degree to which the whole world has come together to oppose it. I suspect that's an object lesson for China.
You don't really expect NATO to help us with China, do you?
I expect NATO to. I mean, there are countries other than NATO in this. There's Australia, New Zealand, a bunch of other countries other than just NATO.
The question in my mind is, yeah, they'll make noise and oppose it, but will they actually do anything?
The TBD, I agree. Basically, it just dramatically increased their military budget.
And they gave a bunch of help prices to the Ukrainians also.
Yeah, now Biden's asking for a $6 billion bill. Hello, let's keep that money in our own damn country.
Here we go.
It's a fool's errand to ignore Russia. I'd rather fight them there than here.
Amen, right.
I don't know what these guys had to talk about.
I don't either, but
So they say they tried.
I would stand at the end of the table, put my finger up and say, get the hell out of my country. And by the way, here's a #1 salute to you.
Or, you know, that I should be giving the Ukrainians an ultimatum to give up now, we'll let you have A, B, and C. If not, we're going to flatten you and gas you.
Exactly.
if they set off nuclear weapons out in NATO, Russia will cease to exist as a country.
It's gonna cease anyway.
So they'll take
They're done.
a lot with them.
What he's done now is gonna destroy what they are. So they're bombing the city. On the car, they're bombing it, but not right now, I guess.
I think I'm going to stay up here behind the mountains and hide.
Idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can't really hide from it.
Dig a hole really deep.
Way to China.
Got to eventually come out of that hole. It's better off to be right where the flash happened.
Ground zero.
That's debatable.
Kiss your ass goodbye. I was just saying you have your own grave built for you.
I remember the Tom Lear song. All work together. What we call?
What song was that, Lee?
N6 TCO on the 20.
6 sugar, Charlie.
Waiting for the flash.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of a sunburn and vaporize.
The flash is like the bullet to get you. You'll never see it.
I know, but I just...
Far enough away. The shockwave is going to kill you.
And the concussion would be liquefy your innards.
Oh, yeah, after about 20 miles. If it's a big warhead, I mean, it's a 10 megaton nuke. The fireball is 5 miles in diameter.
The shockwave is goes back 20, 30 miles.
Yes, it does. Anything within about 20 miles from ground zero, or in diameter, is going to get knocked down. Everything within 5 miles
beyond that.
is completely, literally destroyed.
Ever look at the Bikini Island test footage?
Oh, yeah.
Which was when they connected.
I was watching that. You can watch it in slow motion. That's really cool. They have all that slow motion footage.
And there's something called the Atomic Bomb movie, which I bought on a DVD up at Atomic Museum in Albuquerque, and it's got a film of all those shots.
I have that DVD. That's in a big roaring horse. Very intriguing.
You see all that in the movie theaters during the, with the newsreel.
You guys remember the movie On the Beach?
Yeah.
There's a crap out of me when I was a kid.
Just look at the pictures of Nagasaki and Hiroshima and multiply it by several.
Yeah, or more. Hiroshima was about 15 kilotons. It was a little over 20, and that was a plutonium bomb.
And how does that compare to what we have now?
Well, the biggest one we had was close to 10 megatons. Titan, actually, Titan 2. There was a version of it that could be carried on the B-52. Oh, yeah, it's thermonuclear. The Russians were going to build a 100 megaton bomb, built a 50, and actually dropped it.
More damage with multiple smaller bombs than one big one.
Oh, yeah, a lot more. Damage goes up as the cube root of the explosive power. As much, you need 8 times as much kablooey.
Yeah, those are the most dangerous thing of all. Hard to defend against
Yeah, you realize how close you are to Camp Pendleton, don't you?
Yeah, I get it.
Well, but Pendleton is not strategic, it's tactical.
I'm talking about Camp Pendleton and then right here in downtown San Diego, all the clubs and everything. They're going to attack here. I'm just going to get vaporized.
So if you wanted warmer weather, go get it.
Just of a millisecond. I don't have any pain, will I?
Don't have anything.
Yeah.
When you get out of California taxes.
That'd be good. I like that idea. But the finality of it is not real good.
They'd still find a way to tax
The
you.
Russian stock market is tanking. Oh, it is. Went all the way down below 1750. Normally at about 37 to 38. Went all the way down below 1750. Now it's leveling off at 24.
What is this?
The Russian stock market index.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, the ruble has got a tank. It'll go up and down. And the sanctions they put on there are going to hurt the average Russian person. For one thing, already they probably can't get anything. Nothing will accept their credit card.
Yeah, it's not going to do the world's economy any good either.
No, it's not.
Get rid of Putin.
I would think that would depend on whether or not and how much of their internal GPD they can work with, or GDP, whatever you want to tend to manufacture some of their own stuff.
Well, but about 35% of their total economy, and their economy is about the size of the economy of Texas. About a third of it, and a little more, energy that they sell abroad.
Well, $101 equals 0.009 rubles. Ain't much of a ruble. $101.
So essentially, they're basically already headed back to the Stone Age in that respect. KJ's having this on the remote.
Yeah, Whiskey 6 Sugar, Charlie.
N60TG.
TCO.
Ow. A lot of rubles. Take $1. Well, they're over 100. It says about 105 rubles to $1.
Well, that would seem to be changing too. We're printing it a lot faster. So it's going to lower that value by quite a bit.
Now that's in the last, see what 1 day, 1 week looks like. 1 week, went from 82 rubles to $1 to 105.
Yeah, well, the people are already taking to the streets. There's arrested thousands of them already over there. I mean, people don't, the Russian people don't want this.
Of course they don't. They can't buy anything anymore.
I mean, they will act to protect the motherland at some point here.
Well, anything short of a full-on government overthrow is about what it's going to take to get that to maneuver. They've got a lot of ammo. They can take out a lot of people.
The military is not going to attack the people. Not in large numbers, it's not. And the military is going to figure out pretty quick that the problem is Putin.
I'm sure they said that about Hitler, too.
Yeah, they tried to do it. Didn't succeed, they tried.
Did say that about old Hitler. Ding.
Yeah, they banged him up pretty good. They just didn't succeed in killing him.
Yeah, he essentially beat him to it in that respect.
What it's gonna do here. If he does anything, us, it'll probably be one of them there things that they did. I can't even think of it now. Basically, hack the system. Stocks are down 500. A rebound by the afternoon.
Oh, and wild excursion.
And luckily, most of mine's back in cash, so.
That's going down at 7.5% per year.
Tell me about it. That's better than this wild ride.
Good thing about the stock market, waits long enough, it always comes back historically. Question is, how long can you wait?
Yeah.
How much of your money do you have
all the way
invested?
down below 100. Was at 175, it went down below 100. And over the last week, it went up 45 points. I bought a bunch of company stock cheap. I'm doing real well. Again. Find much of that though. People sure love how they raise the rates though for the stock market. Their stock market is doing real well as far as our company stuff is, but customers are getting money exchanged out of our pockets.
Well, assuming that it survives, it finds a balance that generally improves the chance for survival. If that makes any sense. Okay, Jason, I'm done.
60 GT.
6 sugar, Charlie. Charlie.
6 hello.
6GH.
The 6TCU.
That's interesting. Market's down 400, but most of my investment is in Berkshire Hathaway. It's up 18 cents a share. Excuse me, 62 cents a share.
I haven't done too bad. I have some in, I have a good portion in cash and a good portion in stock, so.
Well, I have
around and we
I refuse to own money.
bad.
Somebody else gets to say how much it's worth.
I know. Kind of a risky adventure, but it is what it is. Crude oil's going up.
Korea. Rocket probably.
It's at 94. It was over 100.
I found gas for 550 here. Lands at 650.
The Brent 95, no, 97.76. It's gone up drastically. It was nice. It was down when Trump was in there and went way down. It's downward fast. It's up. Yep. 321, all it did was make a steady climb. So sad. Down, it was at 100, well, it was at 101, at 97, whee!
Oil?
That Brent crude. I kind of leveled off in the mid-90s.
Ways to look at this. The green weenies are going to say, would you be glad you went electric? But the other side of the coin is, already just exploring our own ways of making up, getting our own oil, which is shale oil and other sources, become more oil independent.
And then you hear that they went to the White House, everybody asked, and all the senators and everybody asked, Biden to bring oil back online here in the country, and he said no.
Jerk.
Congress can
On the
overrule
green
it.
wing mission.
Congress basically was intended by the founding fathers to be the strongest of the three branches of government, and they've effectively castrated themselves.
Exactly.
Executive branch has had more and more power. They're getting more and more like Putin.
Well, the reason is Congress basically neutered itself. They got the power. I mean, they could overrule all those executive decisions with legislation.
They could.
If they decide on anything, it could happen. It can't. All right. You put oil back online. You can at least sell it if they don't use it. And what's the fun of it? And why they don't do it other than the green weenie?
And the reason is that they're beholden to the greeny weenie. They're out to the booth with the greeny weenie. Every day in every way.
The workflow.
Okay.
Kind of outlawed but manly men be on the TV. Got rid of everything that even remotely speaks of gay. Outlawed it.
It's kind of like they do down there in the Arab places. They just throw them out windows.
Yeah, they throw them off the top of the building.
Windows, top of the buildings, but that's what old Rudy does for doctors and stuff he doesn't like.
Or they cut your hand off if you're caught stealing. And they go for sexual misadventures.
Cut your skis off.
Hey,
Well, that's an easy, cheap way to get to be a woman. You trans that way real quick.
you know, they used to remove the clitoris off their women.
Oh, they still do down there in Africa. Down in Africa still.
And in the Middle East.
Well, they caught a lady up in Minnesota, and she was up there doing that, and they caught her and put her in prison for life. The father of some of the girls was making sure that that happened because that was a belief they had. In the Somalian were Somalis do that. We have a bunch of refugees here, and I did some work for a couple of the churches that worked with them. I was talking to a couple of the women there, and they were telling me about that's why they left with their daughter. They got old enough, they got out of there. Womanhood, oh great, man, you get the disfigure you use.
Who's still here? I had to go.
It's Monday again, isn't it?
It is.
Was that you, Sheldon?
Work to do there, Doc.
K7ICB and 6TCO, was that you?
The time again?
I guess that must be hearing things. N6TCO.
Something out there. Stuck in the roundabout.
Well, continuing our walk out here for a while. We'll be on the side listening. The local system is kind of busy with a couple of other galloping geezers, so we'll be carrying on with them. But we'll still be listening. Kilo Japan 7 Sugar on remote.
Have a great day, Jim. The old geezer.
Yeah, as much as I hate to say it, that seems to be where we're headed. Oh well. Yeah, you win some of the others, and then you're done.
I already beat you. I'm already there.
Well, it's good to know we have somebody pioneering the path. That kind of company we don't mind.
Yeah, the only problem is I don't remember the path. Have a great day.
Well, it depends on the crumbs you leave behind, too. You don't want to... There are certain crumbs you probably don't want to leave behind. Enjoy your day, KJ7S.
Anybody heard from Sheldon in the last couple of days?
Oh, he was with the cook up a storm yesterday. It was going to be a big deal, so I don't know if he's recovering from that.
I heard him say
They like their food and booze up there, don't they?
On the chef hat. Listen what their chef. What else does we do?
well, I think the boss man has a butt ton of money and just likes to come out there and have a good time and relax. And Sheldon is a good dude, so he does a lot for him.
We could do a little more for him. Imagine how hard it would be to find somebody that does all the things that he does on the drop of a hat. Benefits I would do, like medical benefits.
Yeah, I agree with the medical benefits, especially for her, for the daughter, for Rosie, because that's really important. And I think he is. I thought he was. So, and I bet you he takes care of them. But I bet you Sheldon's one of those that, hey, you just pay me. I don't want a whole bunch. I don't want you. I'm not a freeloader, basically. You know, so I'll work for my money. Proud individual, but he needs medical, and he should be able to get it. He'd probably have to be on the books for 90 days.
Yeah, but he's a contract employee.
They had the incentives. I got a lot of people that way because I also paid 90% of the fees.
Yeah, but Sheldon's a contract employee.
Yeah, see, that's, to become an employee of that. Yeah. You could make him an advisor or something like that, a consultant or something, and he might be able to get on there, as a technical advisor for the ranch and for his company, and he could probably get on there as a employee that way.
Yeah, but I don't think the ranch is listed as part of his business. That's his private property. The best thing to do would be able to attach medical payments to Sheldon.
And maybe, what they could do is, I probably would do is figure out a way to get him on my company, whatever his employees are on. And like, I work for SDG&E, I'm the technical advisor, and that's super broad reaching, so never be doing anything, and that's how I get on there that way. I know it can be done, it's just I have to do it.
Well, at the same token, Sheldon's probably very thankful that he has a job that's right at his own house.
Heck yeah. And I think if he ever needed anything, if something ever happened, I think the guy would pay up. So I think that's, it sounds like that's the kind of guy he is. That's, the kind of guy I am. So it sounds like that's the way his boss is too, because the way Sheldon's talking, it's hard to tell. I'm not there, so.
Well, I agree. His boss sounds like a really nice guy. They basically haven't already told Sheldon if anything had happened to him, they'd take care of Rosie.
Oh yeah, same here. I told him too, if anything ever happened, you got a backup to that, so. Yeah, I already got so many, why not one more?
I'm not tuned up, but Sheldon sent me a text yesterday, so he's alive and well.
Yeah, that was before all the food and booze.
A bit hungover this morning.
Not today, but he contacted me yesterday, so he's around.
They were having a party. Ranch.
Back to work.
All right, back to work.
Good morning, Paul. Morning.
Paul?
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Yes.
This is Paul, Fraser Park.
Good morning, Paul. I haven't heard of you for a long time. This is Dale.
You tune?
Well, guys, I need another cup of coffee. Everybody have a great day. 7-3.
All right, Reed. Have a great day, buddy. Be safe.
Hey guys, I gotta get going here, jump in the shower, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Whiskey 6 Sugar Charlie.
All right, everybody. Bye.
Yeah, have a good day, all. I'm about halfway through my walk, and I got to get home before I can get my warm coffee back down me. So Take care, guys. Be safe. Watch your 6. KJ7, this will be clear.
Guys, we'll see you later. Cheers. I'll be clear Alpha for right now.
It's about that time, huh, Doc?
Well, hanging in for a while. Got my second cup of coffee. So I'll power through that.
Oh, yeah, we got 7:30, so I can always log in and look like I'm here.
Anyway, the reason why I'm here is we're not all there.
In here doesn't mean, yeah. Actually, here doesn't mean I'm all here. Oh, there.
Where you here or there?
See how many emails I got. Computer's gonna work.
Look up on the YouTube channel here. We'll all go together. With funny songs. 60.
I think I actually seen that one.
All right.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite musical comedians. Rock, in his 90s. He's a Harvard mathematics professor, but he made more money singing political and body songs, so he left faculty position and you can see how talented the guy is.
Damn computer's trying that crap on me today. Oh, no.
Chicken standing.
Oh, keyboard. Well,
If we're done here, we're going to
simply thing first.
a video card in it.
Oh, his company computers suck. Too much crap in them.
All the footwear.
All the security stuff. Maybe it's just the batteries are dead. Well, I do is I unplug the damn USB and plug it back in. A lot of times that saves it. Brought the mouse back. Hey, technical problems. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, work computers able to go to USB port, so you could copy information to a USB. They do all this stuff without that you can email this stuff to yourself. It's just counselors anyway.
Oh, I know, they're afraid of USB because of malware or something getting in.
I know. Only way they do it. Looking sometimes inconvenient.
Yeah, because a lot of us have to have multiple things, you know, and
Well, we used to be able to print documents out and work on it at home, or just print it out to have a reference for you writing a document. Now you can't do that. Everybody's complaining, so I just murdered it straight there. I'm able to print out again.
I just email it to me, and then they won't give me certain things, you know. I can't get like Bluebeam, which I use here at home, which is a CAD, PDF markup. And they wouldn't give me this this, they wouldn't give me that. It's like, come on, you know, it's a waste of my time and effort.
My sister works at a couple of malware attacks. It's pretty awful. Actually, there's DNS attacks. There's an attempt at which they were able to hold up. Sort of like daily backup, but it's expensive.
We use Windows Office 365 now. I save everything to my OneDrive.
So do I. Like to have, and actually they give me a lot of criticism for that, but when the network went down, when I was a medical director, I was the only one who had all the documents I needed, and I think the business was running. Everybody was like screaming because I had local copies of everything. What about it? Ordering. I have to get a haircut. A haircut is 18 months. At this time.
Really? I have to go get a haircut?
My own hair, but the wife did my hat cut that. Looked like a homeless bag.
That's what my wife said about me, and she cut my hair yesterday. I just shaved mine down to, I think this time we did a number 3, but usually I do number 2 in the summertime.
Yeah, that's what happened.
No, it's like quarter inch. Number 4 or 5 is a half inch. It's really short. If you wear a hard hat, you sweat a lot, so it works out good in the summer.
I like having a pretty short cut, but everybody in my family likes it. Literally.
Like some kind of redneck?
I have a full head of hair. I don't want to see it, I guess, and I don't give a crap about it.
Oh, I got 2 meetings tomorrow out and about. I got to go to an electrician's meeting. Oh, that'll be fun. And I got to go to a meter room access meeting again. That'll be real fun. I'll enjoy that one. He's going to get mad. I really like people when they get all angry. They didn't do something right. Their fault. We have no meetings today. Some work done.
Yeah, one meeting.
So many emails I got. Oh, I'm doing good. 54, but it is a Monday, so it'll be 154 by the end of the day. And I worked till 5 on Friday, clearing it.
I forgot. How old are you?
62.
Yeah, you're just a baby.
Exactly, but Doc says that I have an 80-year-old body. I look like I'm in my 50s.
I felt a lot better at 62 than I feel at 72.
Well, yeah, no doubt. I can tell by every year it gets worse. Oh, tell me that. That'll make it even worse. Getting rid of a lot of these damn emails are just outages. All the notifications is outages. Then if there's a problem, I gotta go back and look at them. Go in a different folder. Nagging people. There's the nagger. 10 times and he's still nagging me. Do you love those people?
No.
Explain it to them, but you go, okay. And then next day they're back at you again. It's like, you understand about yesterday. That's good, it came right back. I'm nervous. That's the wife one.
Well, it's an interesting story. She, had some pain. Worried about her PET CT. Check. I just looked at this and said, it's unusual to have a single event like that if it's going to recur. Usually we get a shower. So this could be something else. We're going to look for a transbronchial biopsy of a mediastinal lymph node. If it's cancer now. She had a prolonged bronchitis. So the scan was done. It's possible that mediastinal lymph node is from the bronchitis. So we're hoping for that. So we'll deal with it if not.
Yeah. Things go well.
And the interesting thing is where she had her pain has no cancer related to a back problem. So, complicated case to be honest. So we'll just take it step by step.
I'm afraid that's what you gotta do. How's your sticker doing?
Sticker's behaving itself. My back pain is worse than ever. That really goes fast. Weight. I can't have anything physical down my back till I get really down there. I'm in this check 22. I lost about 20 pounds in the last 2 months.
That's good. I'm glad that. Well, if you're losing weight, that's good.
Yeah, it's good time. Maybe pretty aggressive. Walk a lot. So, as easy as it used to be, that I'm doing.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if you can't really exercise, what are you supposed to do?
I work around as much as I can in the house and rest, and then go to treadmill. I can do short bursts on the treadmill before my back kills me. Diet is a pretty aggressive diet. I go above 1,000 calories. Low carb.
Doesn't sound like fun.
Yeah, once you get started, it's not that. The alternative. Again, like this, it's putting more in my head. I had to take traffic measures.
The back pain is the worst because it affects walking, sitting, everything.
Yeah. Can't walk, can't bend, can't do anything. And I want to fix things. I'm naturally a fix-it person, working on everything. And my capacity to do that is so limited now, it's just pissing me off day to day.
Yeah, it sucks.
I haven't had anything else than back pain. Except dementia.
You're going to say there's a couple other things. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Bird's got it. A little bit down. I only didn't have any on Friday evening. Oh, I do have.
Any what?
What?
That's it.
Not much work today. Nice day. Shouldn't have said that though, huh?
Yeah, you're good.
I gotta call Amazon because they screwed up my account, canceled it, and pay for something which is not true. Oh, it's just, that's the pain. I hate some people. I've done this twice over the last 15 years.
I've had so little trouble with them. It's amazing to me.
Yeah, this is just thanks to them and something got screwed up. So I gotta call this company that is total assholes. Cleared up, and I have to pay them $25, so then maybe 3 days from now they'll clear it and I'll be back in business. And in that time I'll use Walmart and everybody else. Lost. I just spent $100 at Walmart instead of using Amazon.
I have alternative. The only difference is get it faster with Amazon.
I do Walmart stuff in 3 days.
Yep.
You get the Amazon stuff in 2.
Or sometimes I get it the same day.
Yeah, because you're down in the city. Here, I'm not going to get it. It's going to be 2 days, sometimes 3. Walmart's been really good. Sometimes I get it in 2, sometimes I get it in 3. They deliver early morning where the other one delivers late at night, so it's useless to me. Really, it's 3 days. Amazon. I don't like Walmart, but they're both about the same. They sell Chinese crap. Yeah, it is what it is.
Isn't much.
I agree with you there. I won't go in that damn store. I send the wife down in there. myself together an idea. One of these hand gadgets.
That's pretty good. People that top there are the worst part of it.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, it's quite an adventure, isn't it? About some car batteries there, you know, for the mowers and for the tractor, and they weren't too bad. Buy 2 mower batteries.
I buy some cheap pullover shirts. Sometimes I get them in Walmart. That's about it.
So you can get Fruit of Loom, Jeans, and one of the other, and their brand. Jeans and stuff online, but their Wally marks, all t-shirts and stuff are pretty thick, and they last about 3 years. I'm not much of a wall. Again, Amazon's another one, so. Much choice.
The one I used to go to in ProComm. That's all I got. There's no one close to right now.
Good. Of all them homes up there, they would have something. You know, all you right-wingers live there and out in the suburbs, and they don't like you guys. They don't like Wally Mark. The map how the people vote, and it's funny. It's all the inner city, and then the outers are all red. It's funny.
Pretty much a division of the haves and have-nots.
It's cutting off Russia's central bank from this dollar transition. That's gonna hurt them. You're feeling in.
I don't think probability of the get the world over there against him for this invasion. I don't know, awakening economically.
They're saying that somebody they talked to on the Russian side, you know, the reporters are on the Russian side of the thing that are in Ukraine, said that they anticipated being in the capital and being done with this thing within like 24 hours.
Yep, not gonna happen.
Let's do that, huh?
Look what happened to them in Afghanistan.
Oh yeah, Afghanistan, they got every day it was a new bunch of and killed. It's gonna get bad, so. All right. Mark it. And down more and more. Well, it's going up, down around 500, so. On what was it, Friday, I think it hit 32.
Coming up to retire on here, so goes around next lap on the shot. Still has some income. Nowhere near where I thought I would be 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we were depending on 8 to 10% yield on our investment.
Good luck.
A good run. I didn't make the bunch way back when, but sure did persist. And they had to take away. Nice, but better.
I've been putting 15% away for a long time.
How to do it. My wife and I put the maximum each that you put into a 401k for years and years and years. Always put the max in. That's really worked pretty well for us.
My wife has been with the same company for 37 years, I think, now. Her company sold off, and she'd lose the money out of it. They'd give her cash or something here and there, so she never really made any money. She's got a tiny bit more than I do in her 401k. I have a lot more because I've only had mine 17 years.
Yeah. 38 to me, 34 for her.
I mean, you do what you gotta do. With her company, every time she gets somewhere, they'd sell the company out, and she was talking go to hell.
So, yeah. So, half of our assets in 1995 for our original company. The project sales, onward sales, we brought ourselves back 5 million. It was a pretty good deal.
Yeah. Medical field, you guys do pretty well there.
Very good management. So, they had a reasonable income, but we also had people rock. Now we have closed out the office. So there's no big deal.
And that's kind of what I think happened with a doctor. I was thinking this was heart health, and then that shark brought him out, and then all of a sudden things have changed.
People can't afford to do it anymore. So, economic stability can't so much that offer that and be competitive. Hours have gone up enough to strong. And don't care about ownership, they just want money right now. I had a very low income when I knew I had the opportunity for ownership, so I basically took it. Now,
the problem with that is so, you know, you get, now they don't save it or anything, and, you know, and then you got to pay for, you know, the insurance for, like, for a medical practice. It's got to just be outrageous.
Well, the other thing that happened is the cost of medical education went up exponentially. So people are owing $200,000 to $300,000 in school costs when they start into the workforce. They have this huge debt before they even get a house. And I graduated medical school. I owed a whopping $5,000, and that was it.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's for sure. I paid my way through. It took me 7.5 years to do what I should have been able to do in 5, but I didn't care.
Yep. I'm very fortunate. I feel that I got a world-class education and I didn't have to break the bank. I always donate money to the school.
Yeah, you should. In that way, you get a write-off too, you know. That's how to play that game. That you get a good CPA and they could help you out with what you need to do and what would be good, and you bring up these things to them and you see what they have to say. One up here at my CPA down there in San Diego, he earned La Mesa over there. With him for like 35 years, and then he moved to Oregon or Washington, and he's an old IRS agent. So this guy that we found up here, IRS agent as well. So you know, you got a hand there. They know how the system works, and they know exactly what the red flags get popped up for, because they have that inside knowledge. So stay away from anything that throws the red flag up. But he was saying that's all changed, so he doesn't know what's going to happen this year. He's been saying what they're trying to do.
I had my family accountant since I was 27 when I entered the workforce. He's in his mid-80s. A few of his long-term clients, he works out of his house. There's all this stuff about my companies and the K1s, business relations. He knows all that stuff. All right, I'm going to continue to use that.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I wish Ed had stayed around. He was an old Navy guy, got out of the Navy, went to work, got a CPA. Well, actually, he got his CPA before he went in the Navy and became, you know, was an officer on a sub. Got out and had his own practice with another guy that they were buddies from when they were kids. Both of them were really good people, so it bums me out, you know?
Yep. You're going to start pulling Social Security next year, or are you going to wait till you're 70?
I'm probably going to wait until I'm going to try to wait till 67, but you know what happens when I switch over to retirement out of there. How the business does, that'll be the determining factor.
I started at 66. Maybe I should have waited till 70, but the cash flow, didn't know that I wasn't going to come back and work a little bit. But I was going to do some fire to make sense now. That's the way to work out.
Yeah, you're right. But you can, if the business does well, I'll wait as long as I can, but if you are working and you make a certain amount of money, you ask the Social Security amount that they give you a month or whatever that thing is. You just keep that money and then they you know, at the end, what their payment's going to be. So, I may just do it 5 or something that just got it done, you know. I have to talk to somebody.
This is 32 going up. As my first years in the workforce, I didn't make any money at all. They take, I don't know, when the 35 is your best years of wages I grew. The best years are now getting toward the end, so what's up?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna play it by ear and then talk to she has a woman there that's been around a long time and she knows all this stuff about Social Security, so I'll talk to her and find out what she says I should do.
Well, I think that if we're having up to 10% inflation, no way Social Security will keep up with inflation. I'd be better off taking the money sooner than later.
That's my fear, is that we should taken it earlier because they might get rid of the plan knowing my luck that they would do, or something would happen. And kind of like, well, if I get in there, then I'm grandfathered.
So there's that possibility on the verge of being bankrupted, they'll likely not take it away from the people that are already getting it. They'll change the benefits to people that are going into it. That's a real risk.
So that's my thought on that, is that maybe I ought to take it early and then, go ahead and work. I do, and that way they could just keep calculating my Social Security, and that'll work for me, and then I could talk and she could disable me. I don't want to do that either, but, that gives you the full thing.
Yeah, you would qualify for total disability. I would probably almost qualify now. There's no way I can put a full day of office work in the way I feel. Oh, anything that's good.
Getting in and out of vehicles, walking, a lot of that stuff from gone way downhill, and so I have to be really careful, and that's why I'm only going out 2 days a week. That way I don't stress my body. If I do 3 days, and I'm out 3 days, and then next day afterwards, I am exhausted and I hurt like hell. So another 3 days hard.
Boy, I understand that. I was in my 40s. I had a few bullets in me, and I was sick with the flu. I still come to work. I feel good after a few days. No longer.
And I had the P-Med, so I have to stop P-Med when I'm going out riding. Then I'm off of it for, 6, 7 hours, and then have to come back, and that just knocks you all out of whack.
To be sure.
Well, and that's the clock off that I do for my this regimen of when I take my medication, I have alarms on my phone. That way, I found the best way over probably 2-3 months of time. Find the best time to take everything. The same amount of pain relief over a long period of time. And it works, and I'm within the requirements on the taking on the bottle, so the hours in the bottle.
Like, I'm looking out the window here. Pretty sunny. The roads are there.
It's already warm and up 61 here.
Nice week.
Oh God, it was so freaking cold there for what, 3 days, 4 days? Unbelievable, and I can't stand cold. Not bad. My menagerie is full. I try to take certain ones at certain times. You don't mix all that crap together and make your stomach feel like it's going to blow up. My mom passed away. They took all of her medications. Put it in a coffee can. Poured water in there. I took what she took in a day and I poured water in there with it. I watched what happened and it was like, what it turned into. I was like, God, that's what you put in your body. The body does different things with us. It made this like weird thing and it bubbled for like 15 minutes. We were better when we put all of it together. A big clump of all the bottles in there and then poured water in there and just out there and up out of the way in the sun and let it go, and that's how you just smoked and did all kinds of weird things. That was scary. Let it dry out. Little bits in the can, here, there, and everywhere, and then got rid of it.
It's going to be a sort of bad day when a back person like I want to get out of bed. That's a day.
Are you kind of doubled over when you walk? Is that what happened?
I don't know. I just have, particular pain going down to my right leg and back. Usually when I sleep, it quiets down and I get up and I have to sit in the morning, but it's good for a few hours now. This is in the wrong position. That's what happens.
Yeah, when my back does that, I have the same thing. It goes down in my right leg. It'll go all the way down to my knee, and then if it's really bad, it'll all the way down to the ankle to the left if it's really bad. And I'm kind of hunched over when I walk, and I have to walk kind of weird looking. My wife knows exactly what I look like.
I mean, exactly.
It's just terrible. Today is actually not bad, but if I go and bend over and pick anything up or do anything bent over for more than maybe 20 seconds, I'm done. You're really careful about what you do, and I got the pickup sticks everywhere now. I got a cane that I use when I need to. I'm also not very steady on my feet anymore because they don't keep signal anymore. That's the main thing.
I don't know if I didn't have those pickup sticks everywhere. I didn't use them because there was too much inertia to go try to find them. So if they were around, I use them.
Yeah, I have one down at the house. I have one up here. It sits right beside me. I found one that has a little rubber tip on the end of it. You only pick a penny or a nickel up the ground.
Yeah, that's the one I have. It's called the Griffin Graph, and they're very good. You can pick up almost anything. Like you pick up a small AAA battery and keys and things like that. It's pretty well designed.
Oh, no. Mr. IRMS. Oh, wow. Picks up paper, picks up. Don't pick anything up. A little tiny screw. That little rubber, you know, flexible lip on it that sticks further down than the hard plastic.
A lifesaver. You have to have that, and you have to have a good magnetic pickup system. Cool. Be well covered for it. That's how it bend over that much.
I got a magnetic one that's about 3 feet long.
Look forward to my old age.
I'd play a horrible joke on it, thanks.
Well, you shouldn't listen to this crap.
You know what? You're making me. I've been there with the back. I spent 2 weeks unable to walk. I've had the sciatica thing. It's horrible.
It's just horrific, and for me, it's constant now. And with the doc.
That's so good.
You're still young. You know, it's about the time everything got really bad with me. The neurological thing seems to be something that it's electricians. I don't do that. Fun, isn't it?
Everything was black and white, and my eyes, it bounced off the wall opposite me. I took my amplifier to be right because you can have. I've ever since been really sketchy about getting my hands. Both channels, that's why I'm going to show you how fast it is, but it is something about it.
The 483 3-wire stuff is the worst out there. That's just stuff that'll get you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking the 3-phase 3-wire delta with no neutral, stainer leg.
Yeah, just looking for.
Except for friction. That's what bit me twice. Yeah, your stainer leg is actually your grounded leg. There's a potential. All it takes is potential to be placed there, and I've gotten hit twice off that. Turn the hell out of my hand.
A friend of mine got hit by 277, and he never was the same. She didn't go see.
I was walking the woods with the last one where it burnt my hand. It blew up. It almost in my face, but I was sideways here. The fireball went across my face and it hardly burnt me. My face kind of burnt that off, but my hand was in the panel and I always turned sideways. And so I reached in there to something, it moved. I didn't know there was anything wrong with that panel. You just couldn't tell, and there was no heat signature, nothing. So, I've seen it blow meters off. I do that all the time. meters right off the face of the panel, ring and all. Yeah, it blows the ring off. It doesn't blow the whole piece, so the steel piece that's over the panel. And at 200 amp, it'll blow that thing right across the golf courses to the front. Because the pump, one of the places will go to ground. Usually the sphenoid phase. And then it has the potential back on the core. Until it finds out you got high current, high voltage running through there on that one lake. You got a lot of voltage and a lot of current going through there. Reset. Where you want to go is it just goes, it's about 180 volts. It's about 600 to 800 volts.
I've been really fortunate to adapt by that, and I don't want to start now.
We limit those. You don't allow those services unless it's for agricultural, for like a pump, only for pumping, and that's all it's made for. That's all it's for anyways, it's for motors.
Well, the only time I've seen that was actually out in the desert, and that's exactly what it was for. It's for a well pump. And I was like, holy crap, this could be dangerous.
You won't even allow it anymore. Everybody has to do 277 480, which only had yesterday an underground transformer. You know, have an overhead service anymore. Same with 277, whether it's three-phase 4-wire or three-phase 3-wire, you could use all three phases. Same. Yeah, the grounded transformer, the grounded central source, so that you don't get the voltage rise.
A well pump.
What I was probably seeing is the testing we do to set a meter and turn it back on, or if it has a problem. See, marks where now we'll see the piece is grounded, or it's grounded to another place, like in the motor or anything like that. What they do is they lease, the cable will lease, or they get a leak down in the well, and then what does it do? It crosses the water into the casing, and then it's trying to find its way back to the pole when the transformers are. And there you go. All right, guys, take care, have a good day, and keep CCD clear.
Well, good morning, guys. Thanks for letting me chime in. WK.
Hi, Doc. All right, mate.
Have a good day. Good to hear you. Keep yourself all clear as well.
Yeah, nice hearing you too, Lee. I don't want to drag things with me. WQ.
You are.
That's good.
Not made to put two people on it. Well, I put Joyce on the back.
Well, what made me decide to get another one was, it's been 2-3 years now. Brother in the other hall here, I know, he used to be in ours, and we've done things, and we still do things together with our ITVs. But I wasn't with them at the time, but they were over in Idaho, and they were riding on this one machine that he has, and he flipped it over. Well, and she got hurt, and they had to actually fly her out of there. I don't know whether they flew her to Salt Lake, or they flew her into Spokane, or Idaho Falls. I'm not sure where they flew her, but she got herself hurt because the machine flipped over on him. So his brother, he went out and bought himself another machine, and she's now got that machine, so they got separate machines. Well, Joyce didn't want to have a separate machine, so they have what they call 2-up. That means that some of these now are made so that keep back there, and the wheelbase is a little bit longer, so now you don't have that weight hanging off the end of that back axle, so that if you start going up a steep incline or you hit a rock and flip the front up a little bit, you're not so prone to tip over or go over on yourself. The machine, I don't know what it weighs, 500 plus. My new one, I don't know what it weighs, 600-700 pounds. You don't want to have that come over on top of you. You get hurt pretty bad. So I could buy, if we got hurt, somebody got hurt, I could buy 6 or 7 of those machines. So I figured I'll just buy one of them and hopefully I'll be a little safer. So that's the reason I'm buying one of those. There it goes. JJ7SHK, AK7EWQ. AK7 WQ. Well, I was thinking twice about getting hurt on one of those things, especially at our age. Sherry and I, we ride our e-bikes, we'll ride e-bikes. Every year, you get a little less steady than the year before, and Sherry's not very steady, so she's really getting nervous about even riding anymore. So, we're really careful about our, she has no enjoying this. But, getting, is worth it, is it? Number one, you may be able to comment on this hotspot issue as well. One that Sam sent over a link, RU-Sync MMDVM hotspot radio, $135 from Amazon. And so it sounds like it's the one that I'm going to consider, probably, with it. And it's not the cheapest ones out there, so it's middle of the road at least. As far as I can tell, it does not have a wired Ethernet, so it's purely Wi-Fi. Apparently it picks up the DMR radio on UHF and immediately takes it to your Wi-Fi in your house or your phone. That's kind of cool. Your hotspot, then you can use your DMR over your phone, your cell phone. So that's like the plan. So, your comment on that, Steve? WB7FKY, KJ7SHK?
Right. Yeah, I looked at those also. They're pretty heavy loaded. I have on a couple of would not recommend buying the cheap one. I used to have them for cheap. Yeah, they're completely wired. If you have to have you've got first and then the middle of it, this is being used for power operation. That's all it is. just wirelessly to into a Wi-Fi in the house, or they will plug it to your phone yourself. Yeah, they're simple, easy to set up. Something into your computer. Well, actually, you don't even plug the Airband, or an app that you get to reach for them to do their thing. When you open the setup, there's all kinds of those, they're pretty easy. They work solid. Had a little small screen, LCD screen on and gives you some data. That's it. You can read from the distance like that. No wireless, right? For a second or so.
Two hugs for yourself? Damn right. Yeah. Okay.
Radio guys that like doing public service, and the search and rescue in particular has shown an interest in one of our repeaters in particular that is planned, one of the digital ones.
I'll get you tomorrow. See you later, Tater. I'll give your boat a little pat today when I go by her, in case I'm on tea.
Do that, Bill. Wipe up the tears, too, would you? See you, Maury. Have a good one. Stay warm up there. Keep 7 wide.
I will, Maury.
Yeah, Doug. We got 37 here, so it'd be pretty nice if the darn wind wasn't blowing. Anyway, 73, guys. WA7W. I'm out of here.
I'm working on a bowl of cream wheat right now.
What's that?
A7 JVT Freddy.
A7 JVT. Let's see, what was that? 7 JVT. Is that Bruce?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I think I talked to you the other day, early in the morning when I was talking to Sheldon.
That probably was. I try and catch Sheldon anytime he comes on.
Yeah, it was early. I think I heard you or heard him, one of you, early in the morning. And so, I had a real weak signal. I wasn't sure about your call today.
I was copying, man. Your battery operated up there in Troy?
Well, you're up just above Lincoln, up on Dalton Mountain right now.
Oh, okay. Maybe that was somebody else.
That would be me. I was talking to Sheldon this morning. K7LMP.
W7RKE. I got a scratch pad here. I'll keep a logbook. But maybe that was it. I don't know. Alrighty. Yeah, I run battery powered down here too. I solar and wind generator. I got power, but I run my Radio Shack on battery operated stuff. Anyway, I guess you don't remember me. Maybe I was mistaken there, but anyway, I tell you, have a good day there. I'm going to have to take the XYL down to the doctor's office here pretty quick. She can't really walk for some reason. I'm going to have to haul her down. We don't live together or anything. I'll go pick her up and take her down, but well, it's good to listen to you guys and visit a little bit. KJ7M, I'll be clear.
Here, Rick. K7YD.
Have a good one, Rick. K7LMP.
You put a gel coat on that boat from Ori yet, Phil?
All it needs is polishing.
That gel gloss is the stuff we used to use. Oh my gosh. I bet it's expensive now if you can even get it.
Yeah, there's a little buffing. I got to do some little black marks and stuff here and there, but it's going to probably get some more as time goes on.
Neat. You know what else used to work with that old Simonized wax in the green can?
I can't remember what we used on the cars, but I got some on the shop. Gosh darn. Memory block there. But,
oh, yeah. I don't know, when I was a kid, you know, the Simonized in the hull made it slip through the water any better, but it sure made it shiny.
We'll have an oil injection is going to be nice. You know, our motor we got on the older boat, you got to mix the gas and oil with that. And having this injection system is going to be nice.
Yeah, we had a 10-horse Scott, and when I was a kid, it was about all I could lift to get on the back of the boat. My old man figured that he shouldn't have to lift anything heavy. So, go to the boathouse, a place called Norma Beach there, north of Seattle. 4 o'clock in the morning, walk in there, and there was a whole bunch of boats on rollers. You pick out the one you want, pull the transom back, throw the motor on it, all your gear in it, and they'd pick you up, put you on a rail car, and they'd push you out the door, and down a long ramp into the salt water you went, and they'd yard it back up there with a winch, and go salmon fishing for the day.
Morning, Doug. Wes just said hello.
Yeah, I heard him. Sure, he was talking to me. Morning, Wes.
Morning there, sir. And good morning to you. I have company in the shack here right now.
Morning, Jeff. I bet you in the mid to late 40s, we used to go up to the beach and up to those 3 boathouses. Haynes was the first one, and I can't remember the other 2. And a teenager, I thought I was Mr. Powerful, so I would
7.5 horse Mercury over my shoulder and walked down the slippery path from the parking area to the boathouse. But I was very happy to see the boat come rolling out and I could get rid of that motor. Many memories, Doug, when you mentioned that. KB7QQ.
Well, we used to go to Haynes when Norma Beach was closed there for a while, and go down the elevators there at Haynes. They were more expensive, but their boats were nicer, and they were a lot better. Sitting out there in the sound with the way that weather could change in a 17-foot kicker boat was not always the safest thing to do.
Browns Bay and Norma Beach, those were the other two. We didn't go to Haynes because they were more expensive. In fact, they were just kind of starting up when my dad and my grandpa and I used to go out there salmon fishing. Anyway, many memories. I really enjoyed listening to your story. And Wesley, good morning to you and to William over there in Lincoln. WK7WES and his partner there, KB7QQ.
Good morning, Jerry. Yeah. And I'm curious, did you get the iPad patch off, or is it still on? And you have to see the doc today.
Kind of a triple there, but I got Doug and Bill. Wes, the eye patch came off the day after, and I had surgery Thursday, so Friday the patch came off. Doing my drops since then. Over.
Okay, well, I suppose you kind of did some backflips when you saw how good you could see with the affected eye.
Yeah. I do have a little bit of macular degeneration, so I'm a little bit concerned about that, but there's nothing I can do about it, nor anyone else. So we'll just take that to the happy hunting ground eventually.
Roger. Jeff's right here.
You, Bill. Going to put a trolling motor on or put a trolling plate on the motor?
There's a trolling plate already on the motor, but I'm going to put a trolling motor on.
You won't need it, probably won't need it, depending on how slow the current is.
I like to have a second motor on there just in case. Use my buttons anytime.
Rolling with big motor carbons up the plug. You end up changing spark plugs out in the water. And you can get those little transoms that bolt on, stick back from the transom about a foot and put your trolling motor on there.
That's what I got on the other boat. It folds up and then it folds out and gets the motor away from the boat because trolling motors will turn around in a complete circle and don't have them away from the boat, you're going to pop the boat.
There you go.
I'd forgotten that motor's a two-stroke. Anyway, a 90-horse Honda trolls down to about 2 miles an hour, 1.5 to 2 miles an hour. So I have a trolling plate on it, and I have a big oar.
4-stroke though, isn't it, Jerry?
Yeah, that's a 4-stroke.
That's a bit better. I can remember these spark plugs. You just sound there and dropping 1 or maybe 2 over the side. We always carried 4. Oh, yeah. That's not a good thing to do in rough water.
I can remember gassing up the motor out there at possession point with the boat rocking and trying to get 3 or 4 gallons into the back of that motor from while you needed a refill.
Well, you're getting that tide rip out there at possession, out by the bellboy, where the water drops off to about 1,200 feet. Oh, yeah. I've been in those. 1 minute you're 12 feet in the air, and next minute you're 12 feet down.
Yeah. Okay, fellas. Well, Wes, thanks for the well wishes. And Bill, happy motoring. I'm going to go into town in a few minutes, so we'll listen out. So somebody else was wanting to comment, but I guess I doubled with them. KB7QQ.
I got that. KB7QQ N0NKQ at K7WAS is QTH.
Wow, you got good audio, K0. What's your OPH?
Right here, right now.
What's your home QTH?
Here, right now.
Oh, okay. Where'd you initiate yourself yesterday?
I had lived in Pueblo, Colorado for about 3 years. I had moved up to Colorado Springs for some work that turned out not to be so good, so I'm here now.
Well, good deal. Maybe you can teach Wesley some CW.
I don't know much CW myself. I've tried on several occasions to learn it, and the brain just doesn't grasp it for whatever the reason is.
Yep, just get that antenna fixed for Wes. That's all we need.
Oh, geez. Save us 20% of the time on the morning net.
And the Colorado fellow, you listen to Douglas, K7YD, when he does some CW. That's the very expert, easy to read CW. And Bill from Lincoln, he picks up about 50% of 25 words a minute. So just stay on frequency. What's the handle there? Over.
Well, my call sign is N0NKQ. My name is Jeff. January Echo Foxtrot Foxtrot.
Button Jeff, I'll remember that. 73 to you, and good that you joined the group here. KB7QQ. Douglas, thanks for all that you do.
Well, ain't much. It's all part of the hobby, Jerry. You have a good day. Good luck with that eye. Sounds like you're on the mend. K7YD.
K7LMT N0NKQ calling.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Wes just recommended I chat with you here for a few minutes. I just arrived here yesterday, and I'm enjoying it here. It's a good place.
Oh yeah, I helped him out in that little shack down there, what he calls the caboose, a little bit. Helped him put the paneling inside. Anyway, that's going to get pretty tight there after a while. And you need to help Wes out and figure out what's been wrong with his antenna, because there's something really wrong with that thing.
Which one is that? The 80-meter antenna?
The dipole, the one that he's been playing around with for about 20 years.
160.
Oh yeah, I've got the. I'm a professional broadcast engineer. I've been a professional broadcast engineer since 1970. And during this time that I've been a broadcast engineer, I've been gathering electronic test equipment that's used in broadcasting. And one of the items that I have is what's called an OID3. It's an operating impedance bridge that's good from 500 kilohertz to 5 megahertz. We'll measure the impedance at the feed point of the antenna and find out what's going on.
My guess is too many pieces of Pacific Titan fur antenna welded together or soldered together. But anyway, you'll find out. Good luck with that. K7LT.
Okay, thanks very much. N0NKQ-QRT.
Just remember there's a fine line between thrifty and just plain cheap.
Wes has got that fine line figured out, that's for sure.
Spend a buck and save a nickel.
I'm curious to find out what finds out there. I'm guessing the wire.
There's no reason in the world why it didn't come into resonance.
Point. Well, Jeff won't have much to do. Well, Wes is gone, so maybe he'll get in that shack there and he'll get it all straightened out. And Wes will have a good antenna when he gets back.
Where's Wes going?
Texas.
What's in Texas?
His first love, and she's having foundation problems down there, so he's going to go down and ramrod the job.
Oh, okay. I see. Well, we won't hear his melodious voice for a while. Oh, that's quite a trip. Okay. K7 White.
Well, he'll be calling me, giving me updates. He usually does. And then I'll relay them to you guys, but it's going to be a fun time for him, I think. I found one of my first girlfriends online not too long ago on Facebook and a couple messages, and I said, well, tell me what you did with your life, and I'll tell you what I did with mine, and that's the last I heard of her. Things didn't go too well for her.
Well, I had one back on when I was a kid. My old man couldn't stand her and just kept pounding on me until I had to give up. Probably the worst thing I ever did, but went out for a all-school reunion in Seattle. They were going to tear down part of the old high school, and all the graduates were there, and I walked in the room. I didn't know that she was there, but she got up and walked out, so I guess she's still mad 50 years later.
Well, I guess you didn't make too good of an impression on her.
Well, she was a real sweetheart. My conflict was with my father. How do you know which way to go when you're 17 years old?
Oh, yeah.
That's why I was out of the house 2 weeks after I turned 18.
Well, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to load up all my propane bottles, and I have got a ton of them. And I'm going down the road to a place that will fill them whether they're certified or not. I'm going to get them all brought home and put them away in the shed and hope I never have to use them.
All mine are full. I've got a 30-pounder down about half. But rest of them, I got 2 big ones that are full up, and 25-pounders that are full. So I'm in pretty good shape that way. That's why hold on to your heart when you find out what the price is. Good luck, buddy. Have a good day. I'm gonna keep out of here too and go in another direction. T7LMT, T7JBT, T7LMT.
Hey, Doug, I took the old snowplow uptown and filled up the gas tank on that. $8 worth. It's got a 30 or 35 gallon tank on it, but it was almost half full. Anyway, I uttered some bad words about Democrats. The guy decided to turn around and just grinned and didn't say anything else. Anyway, the wife, she's the one that come up with, you better fill your propane bottle in case I got to start cooking outside. And I never thought of that, so take care of that today. And then I don't have anything else planned. Battery and Maury's boat. Around with some other stuff in the shop, get it cleaned up. See you later. I'm getting out of here for K7LT.
7-3, Bill. K7 White.
See you later, K7JT.
See you, Bruce.
I'll buy and see the boat, Bruce. Oh, I don't know. I gotta go to town today and pay a phone bill down there. Drop by. Door's open. Open, but you'll figure it out. Over if you want. In the shop? Yeah, and I'll tell the wife that you might drop by. Well, no, I might be here. What time are you heading down? Well, I don't know. I haven't even... Oh, no, I don't even want to think about that. All right, catch you later. If not, you can catch it some other day. K7LT. See you later. And pick out your seat. Oh, no problem there. That's kind of neat. You can pick these seats up and move around. It's got a couple of other holes that you can strut these seats in. One towards the back by the transom and one up front. Pretty neat setup, boy. It would have really been good for paddle fishing.
Get the ice off the lake first.
Yeah, well, I think what we'll do probably when I get everything all set up, Alter usually thaws out first. We'll probably run over there and try it out.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go make some oatmeal. See you later.
Yeah, I just finished my trim weight. So long. Okay.
Good morning. This is K7ONI. We're on the Whitefish. I think I heard Doug and Bill. Bill.
Bert, how's the kid? You think everybody went home?
Well, I just finished plowing yesterday, and now I got 4 more inches. We went down to go swimming this morning. Whitefish, and they just get a couple miles out of town, and it's pouring snow.
Find out that they're without power too and have to turn around and come back home. So wait quarter report rate, that's quite accurate.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's something I hadn't thought about, just heavy wet snow. Right on the top of the trees that
Power here, and I got a good generator. It's a 7,000 watt Honda. It runs the whole house with no problem. So, and it'll go a long time on. So, I'm set up pretty good. I can't believe some of those places in town that how to do business, pump gas or at a bank, and then they don't have a backup generator. Yeah, I know. I remember getting called over to Libby, which was off my territory, but I couldn't get anybody else, so I ended up going to Libby. They had a kind of a supercell wind shear type of thing, and man, it knocked trees down, and a lot of rain, had some mudslides, and they had the telephone line, pole line, for the railroad, and then tore out a whole bunch of slide fences. So they told me to go over there and work, and there's no grass, and the motel I found didn't have any power, so they just gave me an extra blanket, and they sure took my money, that they gave me an extra blanket, and I could find my own flashlight so I could find my room, and I worked as long as I had gasoline, enough gasoline to get the heck out of there. So we got the job done anyway, and then went home, but it was pretty dark there for a day or two. Wow, it's quite a good power before. I went to the driver's license place there in South once with my son, and we were held quite much to get a driver's license. We got to get a driver's license. Anyway, it was a motorcycle license, and so we had to haul a motorcycle all the way over there, and we get in there, and I thought it was kind of dark inside. I said, well, here I am. We're ready to take our test, and because I had to drive him, so motorcycle there. There's you gotta have a test on a motorcycle. So here I am, and they said, well, our power's out, the computer's down, and there's nothing we can do. And I said, well, I'll tell you what we can do. I said, I took a day off to be here. I took a day off of school to be here to get this license. You just write me a voucher, and I was here to be able to give you a license. He got real quiet then, and all of a sudden, then she went and talked to somebody in the back room or somebody behind the desk. Came out, he stepped over to his computer, and he got it running. Yes, but I was freaking on my feet again. I said, I'm going to leave here with some kind of a notary about I was here and you couldn't handle it. I should have kept one of those books like if I restored a 68 and a 69. Sold a 68, then I traded in the 69 for a turbo bug. But I should have kept the one that was electronics whatsoever inside of it. It was just straight points, batteries,
DC generator. There was there's HP product. Someone has a problem, you know, about it. Well, thinking, let's bring that truck is, seven PTO, the ATO, Marion, is, smoking a lot of that stuff. I was at it again, or he said, but the answers were really, look at him up here, fun. Never gets better. Out of the somewhere in here is somewhere. But I just let you know. Yeah, what comes to mind, YouTube, folks, and they're all about solar panels and charging batteries and stuff. I had an expert, he had a degree in engineering, and somebody starts the solar, they'll shut your load down if your battery is too low, and then they'll shut your batteries down right after that. So they'll just completely disconnect themselves, isolate everything, and that's the way they like it. But I don't know if I'd like it that much. That's mostly because of lithium batteries. You can't throw those down like you can on non-lithium batteries. And I want another guy talk about his battery system, and he says, I just keep golf cart batteries in his boat. I've quite a few of them, and he says, I can get these anywhere. I know how to maintain them. I'm okay with putting water in them every once in a while. I know exactly what they're doing, the voltage they're supposed to have, how much to charge them. And if one goes bad, I can pick one up anywhere. Oh yeah, and my charge controller is adaptable. You can whatever type of batteries in there, ATM, lithium, and or wet out. The open wet out battery, where you have to maintain, like you're talking about, with the electrolyte or cold water. I don't know. One of those things, clear heat, 30 amp breaker on. The one line comes from the panel. I had to unscrew in a funnel every time to reset the spring charge controller. That's all.
Is there a difference between AC breakers and DC breakers? I mean, will one work when AC breakers going through it? I really don't. I think it's wrong, but I don't believe there is. Okay, yeah, when you're talking there, I just got to wondering about it, and I never thought about it. I know, I'm thinking with my two campers that I got, they have one bank is all DC breakers, and then another one is all AC breakers, and it kind of looks different. The DC ones just look different. They got more colors to them, and they're different size, of course. And then my AC breakers are in another box, but I just was thinking about that. I wonder if there's a difference, but there really should be. Like you say, it's a matter of current, not voltage. How much current goes through those little coils in there, little magnet coils to pull the breaker open.
Leo?
Go ahead.
AB7QQ, I think the DC breaker actually will break on a lower voltage or a lower current than an AC breaker, because with 110 volt AC, the DC level of that voltage is about 3/4 of 110. In other words, 0.707. That's what I understand from my work with the in the past. Go ahead. In other words, if you take an AC breaker and apply 110 volts of DC, 110 volts of DC divided by the resistance current, that breaker is going to break real quick, much quicker than normal.
Except that a breaker or any breaker never sees open circuit voltage until it gets an open circuit voltage. So there's just, say you have a 12 volt DC circuit, it doesn't see the voltage so much sees the current, because the voltage drop is across the load and all the wiring in the house, and then what's left over, if there is any voltage at all, there really shouldn't be. The things have pretty heavy wire in them. They're not designed to be a voltage device. Strictly current, like you say, there's got to be a difference, because even though they give us those numbers based on RMS for the voltage for AC, 0.707, and then DC is equivalent heating and lighting effect. So it's supposed to give you a good reference. Like if I had 120 volts DC compared to 120 volts AC, they'd be the same.
Current would be different between 120 volts AC, 120 volts DC. So the current will be more with the DC voltage.
Well, that's the reason they give you those values. AC is, peak voltage on AC is 1.414.
and get the effective heating and lighting effect of, or 0.7. But you know, you're right, there is a DC equivalent, and it's 0.636, I think, if I remember right. I had to have that pounded in my head all through school. But they always talked about equivalent heating and lighting effects because they knew that ripple to it where you've got 1.4 for AC voltage compared to like a 10 volt DC. So they always say, okay, just so you know, in case you want to grab 120 volts DC, have 120 volts AC, you're going to have the same heating and lighting effect. Negative.
I've got to go, Leo, so we'll argue about that later. 87 QQ.
Oh, thank you. Well, next time I'm in my fifth wheel or my sliding camper, I'll have to look. They sure look different. I bet you they're pretty darn close to working the same. The idea is, you don't want 15 amps. You buy a 15 amp breaker, whether it's AC or DC, it's going to pop. I don't know, I've had to do a lot of wiring for the railroad and put in a fuse. We had everything with a fuse on it, and we never ran a ground wire at all. All our circuits were, we break negative and positive on every circuit, just for safety reasons. But the fuses, you'd always figure if you had an average load of 10 amps, you put a 20 amp fuse in. You always doubled it. Whatever the load was, you just double that and put in a 20 amp fuse for a 10 amp load. So you want to be replacing fuses all the time, and then you had your wires always rated for at least 20 amps of current, so you never hurt your wiring if you always blow a fuse. And fuses, if they're pushed like a circuit breaker, if you're running close to the maximum current in a circuit breaker, they'll get warm. The cut pickers will start getting warm, and then they'll get weak, and then they'll start popping real easy. I think that there's one more that put in here in the control breaker. On the old control. And I think those breakers, DC breakers for both,
I don't know about anything else, RVs or anything. I'm not familiar with those too much. But they make those DC breakers so you can use it. A lot of people think they can operate their house breakers like that because you don't want to wear them out. So they can turn their radar off, radios off, you know, they're only most often for it. I was always told that AC breakers, you just want to leave them alone and not give them too much exercise. Otherwise, you're just going to get weaker, and then they're going to start popping easier. I put 2 watt solar panels on my chip field, and I put them and then I installed a solar that they recommended, that Uniden recommended. I got their solar panels, and then I used what they recommended. Let somebody else do the thinking. It works real good. It's holding voltage in my trailer, and now I don't have to go out there and pull the batteries out. I don't have any AC in the way in the backyard. If I lay a extension cord out, how much that thing from the closest power, and the rodents will chew up my extension cord. They get a chance, so I just have those 2 panels on there, and they seem to be getting a charge, but I'm always a little leery. I bring a meter out there, and I go right straight to the battery, and I check the battery and make sure the voltage is up to stuff. And it's got lights on it. It's got one light that says solar panels putting out, and another light tells you you've got a battery, and then another one that flashes when it shows you that it's actually charging batteries, and then it goes steady, I think, when it finishes the charge, and then it goes back to flashing when it's in a different step. And that little spot breakers are good. You know, they have to program the batteries. There's different steps, levels to it as it sets across the battery or tries to maintain them or tries to maintain a load. It's harder than I am. That's exactly what mine is. It says Wanderer on there. Mine's on solid green for, let's see, AGM. Yeah, I think it said AGM. Oh, okay. I didn't notice that. I just
look at that middle light, and mine, when the sun is out, it's flashing, and when it's real cloudy, not flashing. I think I'm getting a little bit of a charge with 200 watts. I think it probably gives me a little bit of a charge even on a cloudy day. We'll see.
Okay, it's doing the job. I'll get the float today, I'll tell you that. Not with this thick of cloud cover. That usually sunny day. So, you'll get the float. Probably about 4 hours, 4.5 hours, by about 1 in the afternoon. That's what charging.
When I was working for the railroad, I put in all the solar panels from Havre all the way to East Glacier. That's a pretty hefty battery in there. I think there were 280 ampere-hour cells. And it was, each battery was about 100 pounds. They were heavy. We had to have to start and change, put batteries in the battery box. I know I didn't have to do anything with the batteries because when the sun went behind the cloud and everything frosted up over around Shelby in winter, we went 3 weeks without any sunshine at all, and finally the batteries went dead. I let the factory guy and talked to him about it. He said, well, more panels on. And so I put 4 more panels on. I tripled it. Instead of being a 2-panel location, I had 6 panels on there. And then it started working. Then it was going to even get the load, even on a cloudy day. And that's the factory guy says, if you've got moonlight, it's just, you'll probably get some charge. Not much, we'll get something. And then I made sure that on December 21st, I have exactly perpendicular to the noon sun. And that way I was going to get the worst, at the worst part of the time of the year, middle of the winter, I was going to get the best conditions for sunlight. And then I was reading about it, and they said if you have articulating solar panels, motorized ones that follow the sun, the same panels will give you 3 times the output if you can just put motors on them. Oh, I say solar panels. That's not, that's for just about everything. That's for the lighting sensors. They're stored. I have it on a AC
charger right now. So then I use one panel out and put a sliding caps off. And I fix to it. Some people have said, well, why don't you put them up on the roof? Well, they're out of the way, they're always there, they're always plugged in. I said, because it depends on where you get parked. If I park someplace, it happens to be a shade tree right over me. Then they won't do anything. Then they're sitting there flat, and they don't pick up much. That's why I built an aluminum frame, and then I have to put the holes in it so I can keep it perpendicular. I got one setting for up here, for perpendicular to the down, and I have another setting for down in Arizona. And they charge up pretty good. I can run my hand station on them, and it actually, even when you're on the top, in good sunlight, it'll actually recover. And I really prefer running a hand station on batteries and a solar panel, because the AC in those campgrounds is usually pretty dirty. And it just seems like the radio is a heck of a lot quieter when you're on battery. We're really getting a lot more sun and hotter. I put that constant tent. They're just cellulosic canvas tent, plastic actually. They're steel ribs, and I got my fifth wheel in one, and it's pretty small. It's 16 feet off of the roof. But it really keeps that fifth wheel in good shape. But it, as far as like when the sun's shining, holy cow, it gets hot in there. In fact, the rain that gets below freezing, you get a lot of sunshine, and then it starts to heat up the down. It gets so hot up on top of the roof, you can't stand it. And then that's during the winter. And then when you're if I had the doors closed, it gets real humid in here, and my camper started sweating, and water was running down the sides of it. And I thought, well, that's got to stop. I cut out all the bug squirts out of it. I noticed we just got this 4 inches of snow, and it's still snowing. I want to make sure that nervous, because you can see those things in. I've got a pretty nice view on it, and I see it. It's right on it already, which is good. That's why I bought that one. Just to make sure that the snow is right off. And I'll have to go to the snow ridge that's falling off. Everyone's got a good start.
probably would if it was clear. I thought the one was dark. It'll start to slide off here. Slides off. They're half covered with snow. Fortunately, you get warm up in there. All the way around, so it would be something really nice. It's insulated as well as I wanted it to. I wish have a heater in there if I raised later.
Good morning.
Oh, what? W7RT.
Morning. I had to swallow some pills. Well, Jeff's off and running, headed for Whitehall. And we'll probably see him this afternoon sometime. And look, it's trying to rain here, so moisture at the end of the day.
It looks like there's any let up, and it's pouring rain and lightning.
Well, that's a good thing. Hopefully we can make up for some of this drought we've been having.
Going here, Jerry was helping us out, but I don't really know the answer. We were talking about, is there such a thing as a true DC breaker versus an AC breaker? That when you put DC through an AC breaker, it's the same identical performance. If I got breakers in my RV, then I do AC. It's quick time imagination and trying to figure out if you're going to
You know, I'm not familiar with that question. I do know that Square D makes some DC rated breakers, but I suppose they'll work both ways, for AC or DC. But the QD home, I think there was one particular classification that they had, but you're talking a different type of breaker that's not made for a panel box.
It's the first, and he put breakers on his solar panel, so he wouldn't have batteries and a controller, so that of the controller, he doesn't have battery or wire out the controller. A Square D breaker box, which I would imagine you're just going to end up with Square D breakers and AC breakers.
Well, he's just using them as a convenient switch, and they work for that. But they have a trip life. They're only good for so many trips or on-off cycles, and then they're pretty much useless after that. And I do remember reading in Home Power magazine, quite a few years ago, that there was a breaker that would be suitable for use as a DC breaker. But it was in a Square D box, in a panel box. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Is, you know, I'm watching all these sailing movies on YouTube, and I've visited a few sailboats before, and they have these DC circuit panels in there, and they're always usually these open, and they're very handy. And when you're watching on their radar, they're turning on their their mooring lights, and you know, they just use the heck out of those DC breakers, and they're using them as convenience switches. And I'm thinking, I wonder how to make those differently so you are okay using them as a convenience switch.
No, you know, but you know, I don't know the number of trip lives they have. But I know that they have a lifetime, you know, limitation to them, and they're probably a different type of breaker than what you would see in a standard residential panel. Well, I don't have that stack of breakers. Excuse me, that stack of home power magazines went up in smoke in 1999. But I do have, I think I do have the complete edition of all of the home power magazines on CD. Go ahead. Well, why don't you just do a quick Google search there, you know, square D, DC rated breakers. What's that got to do with it? You need to be Gibbs smacked.
I'm looking at something I did a little research on. I looked up DC circuit breakers for solar panels. They look kind of different. They're different colors. Some have lights on them. But anyway, I'm doing the search on it. Sure enough, they have DC breakers for solar panels.
Those are rather spendy too. Well, you're not getting any breaks there. Yeah, if anything, maybe DigiKey or Mauser or Allied would have them.
Well, you're not going to like this. A DC breaker, 60 amps, is $46.
Really wanted to use it as a breaker, you know, the best way to go there is just use a fuse and put a regular switch. You know, you could use a regular a regular AC, you know, square D breaker in a box. Use that as your on-off switch. You know, disconnect and use a fuse in line with it and be done with it. You know, use the fuse to protect, but, you know, use the switch for on and off. Well, the fuses I was using are I believe they're called ANN, is their classification, and they're kind of a little flat pack and got a hole on each end of them where you can run a screw down, put them over a bolt sticking out of the housing, and then just put your wire over the top of that and clamp them down. And they're used in the automotive, in the stereo industry, and those things are pretty reasonable.
Got a nice little cover on so it stays protected, open, not open, or exposed, so a clear cover, you can just do a good quick visual check to see if it's blown or not. Okay, I got that all is installed, normally it's really nice.
Well, what I did out at my solar panels is I used a air conditioning or a hot tub breaker. Because that was real easy. You could use that. You just flip the thing, and it was rated 60 amps, and it was a good switch. It made it easy just to turn things on and off. And I had both sets of panels coming into this one box and two breakers there. Affirmative, yeah. Well, the 220 breaker going, for a hot tub or an air conditioner, it had that the dual gang breaker. I just took a hacksaw and cut that little pin that goes between the two switches. Individual switch for each side. So that one breaker box, worked for both panels. WS for ID. Well, anyway, I'm going to go make myself some breakfast. Jeff is gone. He's on his way to Whitehall. So. Well, when did you get that delivered? Well, what about QuakeNAS? Well, you probably don't have any that grows around there to any extent. But every once in a while, you can find a place where there's quite some apps that's growing there, and you can always find some dead stuff.
Oh, you didn't know that never burned out before. Oh, yeah. It's so small.
Well, I'm going to go get myself some breakfast. Leo and Bert, you guys have a good day. K7WEF.
See you later, Wes. Yeah, I'm going to head over to the stove and cook myself some breakfast, too. Get that over with. We'll talk to you later. I'll be listening. K7ONI.
What did you find on your search for the breakers? Coupled with you, what did you find on your search there, Leo?
So searching. They have UL listed for solar panel breakers, but it doesn't say if you can use them as a convenience switch or not. It just says they're UL listed, so I suppose that means approved, your insurance will be okay, that kind of deal, but I don't think I like the price. I think for the price of an ordinary breaker, an AC breaker, I'd use that one until it wore out, and I'd get another one. I hope your power comes back soon, there, Bert. I'd loan you some amps, but I can't get them over there. Okay, Bert. Good talking to you. K709. 14.